And once again, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome to the Dragon Den. This is a show, stream where we talk about 3D printing, build 3D printers, and make cool projects through 3D printing. Some of the things that we've had on the show have been a lot of printer builds over the last few months. I just started in January. But we have been doing a lot of printer builds, and some of the printer builds that we're doing, you saw at Midwest RepRap Festival just last month, and some more of the ones that I'm building right now, you will get a chance to see out at the East Coast RepRap Fest 2023 out at Bel Air, Maryland, September 30th through October 1st. So once again, welcome in. I hope everybody's having a great day. For those of you that are in the U.S., I hope you had a good 4th of July. If you're one of our Canadian friends, I hope you had a great Canada Day this past Saturday and that you're still doing good. With that being said, I'm just going to kind of start off with an overview of where we're at in our current printer build, and then we'll go ahead and get started for the evening. And once again, this isn't an impromptu stream, but it was a stream that we're throwing in there. I'm going to start streaming on Thursdays as well. So my current schedule has been Tuesday nights at 5 p.m. Eastern Time and Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. I've done some Thursdays and Fridays here and there. I think I'm going to go ahead and push forward with adding a Thursday stream. So I'll be streaming 3 times a week. So Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern. Though this Saturday may get pushed an hour because my wife is leaving on a trip and I've got to take her down to the airport or the train station, one of the two, Saturday morning. So Saturday's probably going to slip a little bit to the right. And I will make that announcement via Twitter and update the Twitch stream information for the next stream. So with that, we have been building a Voron Trident kit. Let me go ahead and grab the printer and we'll go ahead and see where we're at so far. And we'll go ahead and change our view to the side camera, the bench camera. So as you can see, we've got a lot of good progress on this build so far. We've got the printer built. We've got the gantry installed. We've got everything belted up. And we've got the initial, I'll say initial tension set hand tight. We'll need to go in and tension appropriately once we get everything else installed. We have also got our Z-axis, our 3 Z motors installed with the 3 lead screws, as well as our bed assembly, which is what we did on the last stream. We got that installed. I did put the build plate on here just to keep it out of the way, but I will take it off for the rest of the build right now, just so we don't damage it. I'm just going to slide it over here underneath that printer there. So as you may be able to tell from our printed parts so far, this printer is, well, I say that and then I'm looking and I'm like, I'm not seeing a lot of good contrast there. So we'll grab this one and this piece. So our color scheme for this printer, after doing the Voron 2.4 printer behind me, which was built off of printed forward parts that I won at Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival, and everybody really liked those colors. And the colors were Polymaker, Purple ASA, and Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink. And everybody liked those colors a lot. And when I went to get some additional Sparta filament from Canada to complete that build, I went ahead and bought some other filament from Sparta. And so the color scheme for this printer is a sparkle fluorescent red and a sparkle old copper. And yes, I still need to remove some of the support material that was in there. I did have to put supports on here because we do have these side vents. This is the StealthBurner cover for the Big Tree Tech Nomi. I will be getting one of those. It should be here, I believe, tomorrow. So on Sunday stream, we will finish building our StealthBurner, which is basically all we need to do is the front part, and get everything wired up and installed on the printer. The other thing you'll notice here, let me go ahead and move the gantry forward, is you'll see that we are running a Chaotic Lab Voron tap system here. So the nice thing about this is CNC machine. It is using a genuine Highwind rail, in this case an MGN7 rail. And overall, it is lighter and thinner than the printed parts. So it's lighter, which is always good for a moving gantry system, especially when you're doing Core XY and you're going to be doing input shaping. But it's also thinner. So with the printed tap, you could potentially lose 3 millimeters in XY travel because of that, because it's the hot end physically sticks out further from the gantry by 3 millimeters. And once again, that will impact your input shaping results. By going with the CNC'd tap hardware with a smaller MGN7 rail versus the MGN9 rail in the printed tap, you get that 3 millimeters back, and it winds up being a little bit lighter as well. The other nice thing about this is this comes out of the box fully assembled. All you have to do is mount it to run your belts through and mount this to your X carriage. Pull your belts tight. Go ahead and put down your clips on each side, and you're installed. Right? You never have to take it off the rail to do anything. We will need to run our wire from the tap sensor itself to the tool head board. We will do that in a later step. We may actually get into installing the tool head board and mounting some of the tool head today, but we're not going to get into the actual fan shroud, which is a StealthBurner, on stream tonight. Give me 1 second, folks. Thank you. All righty, and for those of you that know, that was Miss Dragon bringing me my streaming Dunkin' coffee. We have kind of developed a tradition that when I go to stream, she will bring me Dunkin' Donuts coffee and a 10-pack of Munchkins. So if you know, you know. So let's see, who all's peeked in here? We got Ella, Olivia, Alien Gathering, Steve 3D. Hello, thank you for coming in. So yeah, so far we've made really good progress. I wanted to do another stream because there was a few things that needed to get done before we start wiring. And I wanted to get those done and get some of that stuff in place so that Saturday stream it's all about wiring. So we're going to start off wiring from the get-go, which will make it nice. Well, sort of nice. I mean, wiring is always fun. One of the other reasons why I wanted to try and get some stuff done is one of the other things that's coming in the mail tomorrow, besides just the Nomi display, which goes in the top. So the Nomi display will go on the top part of the StealthBurner, right in front of the fan. So that's why you have all the extra openings around here, is so the fan can still suck in air to provide part cooling. And then you'll have a screen here. And the nice thing with that screen is it will give you indicators like the nozzle's heating up, what the temp is, and things like that. So it gives you a bit of a smart display. And I just wanted to check it out, see what it's all about. I had a chance to talk to the Big Tree Tech folks out at Midwest Rep Rap Fest, and we're going to go ahead and get one installed here. I did purchase my Nomi. This build is funded by me. This isn't a sponsored build like my last two printers were partially sponsored by either Tensor 3D or KB3D. Had a few B2 Tech parts and some LDO motor parts. Well, I say that. There was one piece, which is the Trident motors, that was provided by LDO Motors Jason. Right. Sorry, I figured out while I was sitting here talking, I was going to go ahead and just start picking out some of the support material that's in these screw holes, but I will stop doing that and we will go back to let's start building. So now that we kind of got caught up as to where we are at, I'm over here to the browser window and we're in the wire prep stage. So the step right before this, of course, is finishing off and installing your tool head. I do have that up in a separate tab here. We've got the Clockwork 2 built, and we've got the hot end, the tool head itself built. We are using a Revo Micro in this build because that's the one I had on hand. And I do have a 0.4 Obsidian nozzle installed in this right now. And we'll probably get these two installed or at least mounted on the printer before we close out tonight. I don't really want to get into the wiring per se on these, though I did find something neat, so maybe we will. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. So, pre-wiring. We're going to start off doing some heat set inserts, and I'll put this back down on the ground so that you can see me working on those. You've got two different choices for your cable chain mount here, which is this Z-chain cable mount we're going to work on. You've got a 2-screw option, which would be a IGUS cable chain, and you've got a 3-screw option, which would be the more generic, AliExpress, Amazon special type drag chain. And that is what we are going to use on this build, is that style drag chain. Give me 1 second, folks. Oh, that was that. And I thought I had it here, but I don't. It's over here in this box. Yeah, so just some standard drag chain. I think this is the right one. The 10 by 11. This might not be the right size, but it'd be a standard drag chain like this, which will have your 3 holes in it versus the 2. And when you buy these drag chains off of AliExpress or Amazon, they'll normally come with 2 sets of ends so that you can, break it apart and use multiple ends. So we need to go ahead and put 3 heat set inserts in here. As I always do, I'm going to get it close and I'm going to put it up against the side of my bench and push it the rest of the way in. And this is going to ensure that I get a nice flush set on my heat set, and also pushing it up against my bench, which is a metal bench. That metal will help to pull some of the heat out of it to cool it down a little bit quicker. So my buddy Evil Diesel was going to join us this evening. Hey Zombie, how's it going? Yep, you're the Trident. So Evil Diesel was going to try and join me this evening. Unfortunately, due to some of his nerve issues, he's kind of under the weather right now with some of the storms and stuff that we've had rolling through. It really messes with his nerve endings some. So he's not able to come out and join us in person today. Hopefully we can get him out here on Saturday stream, but he will be on a stream soon so that we can do some more chatting about some of the other projects that we're going to be doing on the stream. All right, we're going to need some M3x8 socket cap screws. And a couple of M3 T-nuts. Personally here, I just much rather use standard roll-in T-nuts, but these should work just fine. I believe that's the only one we're going to do for now, so we'll scoot this off to the side. And put this back over here, and we can get our printer back up here because we're going to need to go ahead and mount this in the printer. And I'm going to go ahead and turn the printer so the back is facing the camera there. Make sure that you're seeing. Hey, Britt, how are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I decided to do the Thursday stream. We're going to go ahead and start streaming on Thursdays as an added day. So we'll be streaming 3 days a week, at least through the summer. We've got quite a few projects that are planned between me and Evil Diesel, and we're going to try and get him on the stream as well so that we can just get some of these other just not printer build projects some airtime on the stream, like doing our death racers and building the death racers. The dragster's almost done. We need to go ahead and get that project finished out, and a few other things. And I just tighten that down. I'm supposed to, where are we at here? 73 millimeters. 73? Okay. Yeah, so how are you doing today, Britt? I hope you're doing well. Get my head in there. So apparently that was 71 millimeters, so I was pretty darn close for just an eyeball. Let me just put it there. Good. Just working hard as always. Yeah, I tried to ask you before on Tuesday night stream if you had any cosplays in the works and if you were actually bringing a cosplay to Earth or not, because I believe, aren't they doing something for cosplays at Earth this year? Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to have these two corner pieces, and what this is going to allow us to do is we will mount them like this, so when we bring the wires down the side, we can bring them right in to the back of the electronics bay. Yeah, I thought I saw something about there being an organized cosplay stuff, or maybe it was just like displays, not necessarily a full-on wear your cosplays. But I do remember them making a comment that said, don't bring weapons unless you're like a maker and it's on your table." I do remember reading that. So I'm like getting excited for Earth. Like I said, we've got plenty of projects in the works between me and Evil Diesel. I've got one that I'm starting to work on now. Evil Diesel knows, but I'm going to keep it on wraps for right now because I'm not sure if I'm going to bring it with me or not. If I do, we're going to have a lot of cool things at the table. I am also thinking about bringing this helmet. Where can I put it? Let me put it right there. I'm also thinking about bringing this helmet to the show after the reception that I got for the Blood Angels helmet. I think everybody is really going to like this one. So I need to finish out and get some eyes and some, I'll put some eyes on it and put some foam padding inside of it. So it's a little better finish and wearable. Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you? No, so I don't have a name for this one just yet. Um, and while the main color is red, the accent color for this is an old copper. So give me a second and I will show you what that's going to look like a little better. Um, Easier to show with some of the StealthBurner parts. But so this is a um, Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Red and Sparta 3D Sparkle Old Copper. Yeah, everybody goes, Iron Man. And I'm like, that's cool. But you know what? Everybody keeps saying Iron Man, but I do dragon themes. You know, all my stuff is dragon. So maybe we'll call this one the Iron Dragon. We'll call this one Iron Dragon. And see, I never name them until we're in the stream, and then somewhere in the stream, a name just pops in, and I'm like, that's the name. So now we're going to flip this over. Fairly well. Move our camera angle up some. And we're going to put in our deck panel. So my panels I got from Tensor 3D. Same place we got the panels and most of the parts for the Voron 2.4 build. So, and we're going to take this and it's basically going to sit on the edges of our motor mounts and these corner pieces that we just put in there. So it's basically going to sit on those pieces, and then we will add in some clips that will, one, hold it together there, and then, all right, I'm going to have to flip the screen real fast because I don't want to do this and really bug you all. I'm going to raise this up just a tad bit so we can get an angle on it. There we go. So you'll see what I mean here is our motor wires in the way. There we go. We basically have little lips on all of these printed pieces, and that's what this panel sits on initially until we can get some clips and stuff in there that'll provide a little more rigidity to it and hold it in place. Oh yeah, I forgot that you were streaming last night, Britt. I've been trying to spend a little bit of time with Miss Dragon in the evenings because she's getting ready to go. She takes off Saturday. So for those of you that kind of missed my intro, let me flip back over here for a second. So welcome on in, everybody. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke. Welcome into the Dragon's Den, where we do a lot of 3D printer builds and just anything related to 3D printing and making. We'll be willing to work on it on the show. So this weekend, well, one, I've decided to start streaming on Thursdays as well. So the new schedule is going to be Tuesday and Thursday evenings starting at 5 p.m., Saturday mornings at 10. This Saturday, we're probably going to push it back to 11 start time, simply because Miss Dragon is going out of town and I need to take her down to the train station. She will be heading up to the DC area for a conference for, I believe, early childhood special education. It's either that or adults with disabilities. He does advocacy work for both of those groups. So I'll be having to take her to the train station to take the Amtrak up there. And so the stream will start a little bit later this Saturday. But at least through the summer, we're going to be doing the 3 times a week streaming to continue to work on things. Right now, we are working on a Trident build. A couple other builds that we have in the hopper include a Rook build using the Fabrico kit. I'm also getting the Rook 2020 frame from Fabrico at that same time. So rather than build the Rook as a 2020, I'm going to build the Fabrico Rook kit as it is. And I believe I have almost all the parts on hand to do another Rook. And I will build a second Rook as a Rook 2020. And we'll be able to see what those look like and what the differences are between those two builds, rigidity wise and things like that. I've also ordered the Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit from, I always get this wrong, 3dbeltprinterkit.com, I believe is what it is. And once that comes in, I'm sourcing a used Ender 3 V2 from a local source, and we will use that as the donor system to do that conversion with. That system will most likely get a Revo CR, so the Creality Revo edition, with a belt printer Revo nozzle that I got from Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. So those are some of the printer builds that we have in the works. What are some of the other things that we're working on? We're working on the Omni modular display case so that we can take some prints and display them a little bit nicer at the table at Earth. We're working on one of the Top Fuel dragsters. We've got the 2 death racers that we had at Murph. We need to do some repair work on those. We're also looking at building the Mechanim style death racers. If we can get the parts in time, those will be going with us to Earth. I've also got another project that I'm starting printing downstairs, and it's that time of year where we also start printing Toys for Tots. So I'm going to start working on some Toys for Tots prints as well. So kind of got a lot of things going between now and the next show. So hopefully you guys stick with me and you like the content that that I'm bringing to you. And so yeah, with that said, let's go ahead and continue with the build. I don't want to say that your show was late. It was more about just trying to spend some time with Miss Dragon before she takes off, because shortly after she gets back from this trip later on in the month, she's going to be heading out to the Denver area for about 2 months. So, yeah. Okay, so we got this laid in. Hey, Tactile 3D, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming on in. Now we've got all of these clips, and I hope I printed out the right ones. There's ones for 3mm and one for 4mm, and like I said, hopefully I printed out the right ones. And they go in and they rotate only one way. So looks like there's one on each side of the center. Now I'm noticing that doing it this way, it sits a little bit proud of the edge. So if that's, we'll figure out if that's wrong later on. And if it is, then we'll go ahead and I'll print out the other ones and change those around. But these will go in, and they go in all the way around. So there's a couple in the back. Yeah, so pretty much it looks like 2 on the back, 2 on the front, and we're probably going to get 1 or 2 on each side. And the other nice thing about these supports, there's an awful lot that I was told to print, and it just told me to put in 4, so it was interesting. Okay. Now we're going to put in some M5 T-nuts on the side, and this is going to be for the den rail that we're putting in. Let me just figure out. Hey, how's it going, KB3D Chris? Been talking a lot the last few hours. Glad you're able to get off work and get home. Okay, so I was working on reorienting this just a little bit. I still kind of did it in a wonky way. Sorry, I'm going to have to do this so that it faces me, so I put these in the right way. So on the left side here, so the 2 motors in the front, 1 motor in the back. On this side, we're putting in 5, and on this side, we're going to put in 4. And like I said, these are going to hold our den rails. So when you put these in, it doesn't really matter kind of where they go right at the moment. Because we'll move them around as needed. But there is a orientation factor. Now, really, that orientation factor, I believe, is just basically aesthetics at this point. It'll wind up being, how much of your T-nut is visible once you get your rails set in here. Where did your sub go? Did you have a subscription that disappeared, Chris, or was somebody supposed to get you some food? We got those pre-populated. And now we're going to work on the den rails. So guys, I got to talk to you about these den rails. These are the anodized DIN rails that we got from our folks over at Tensor 3D. We use some on the 2.4 build as well. Oh, let me switch cameras. Maybe that's why I kept getting confused. My camera is not the right camera. There we go, that helps. So these are the DIN rails that we're using for the build here. These are their red. We used purple on the 2.4. I believe they've got black, red, blue, green, purple, and standard aluminum. So what I just opened these today. They've been sitting here for over a month. I just opened them today, and I was just wowed by the anodization that's on these. So those, I mean, they look amazing, and they're going to look amazing with these printed parts as well. So speaking of printed parts, let me grab a few printed parts I'm going to need for this. Okay. So we've got these dense support clips that are going to clip on them, and it's just going to provide some additional support underneath it. They are offset from each other, and I think that's just to distribute the load on the particular rail. Said orange when. Um, do they not have orange? Give me 1 second. I'll take a quick gander. Because if not, they really, really need orange in these DIN rails. Yeah, they don't have orange yet. So it's green, blue, purple, natural, black, and red. So yep, we need to get on to get the to get orange ones, Chris. Because I know Evil Diesel would like the orange ones too, because he's a big orange and green fan. So these blocks will slide on. Your DIN rails go right through those blocks, and if tolerances are good, they'll slide right on. And then this screw hole here, we're going to put in, I believe it's an M3 by 8 in later, and that's going to actually just hold the rails in so the rails don't slip around. And there is a directionality to the printed parts. So one side's flat and the other side has the little key bumps or notches to help align it to the rail. So of course that needs to be towards the edge of your DIN rail because that'll go up against the extrusion. I know. That's why these rails would be really killer for, say, a Mercury 0G build because of the the way that they're mounted in a drop fashion, and they'll actually show up a little bit better. And these are going to go in with M5 by 16s. And because I know I'm going to probably have to fiddle with these some, I'm going to go ahead and use my ball and drivers. So one of the things I'll be fighting against here is the frames. So the English sometimes. So the channels in the frame are too deep, which allows the T-nut to sometimes kind of rotate or fall a little bit in them. That's why I've been putting everything up on its side when I go to install these, just because it gives me a better chance of the rail itself, or excuse me, the T-nut not falling out when I'm trying to insert something in it. So we'll see if hopefully it plays nicely with me and we don't have any issues getting these started. And so far, they're starting well, so that's good. Hey, Boondog, how are you doing, my friend? Hope your day's going well. First four went well, so that's good. Um, I'm going to try and get one side in, and then we'll kind of slide and adjust to line up the other one. You've heard me talk a bit about the frames and being B stock and all that. These frames that Tensor has that are B stock, they're really, really not bad. And for the price and the deal that you get on them, they're definitely workable frames still. And if you've ever worked with a Creality frame, then you know that, having something where the tolerances aren't 100% tight, it's really not that big of a deal. It still works out really well. So they talk about one, don't over tighten. Or the M3 by 8s, don't over tighten those. But they do talk about roughly center the den rails and then space them about 80 millimeters apart. One of the things that I want to kind of do here is just set a power supply up there. Because if you kind of roughly set a power supply on the den rail, that'll give you an idea about what your spacing needs to be front to back for, at the very least, this rear rail. And it looks like it'll be good. We should be able to route everything around it. And then we'll leave our 80 millimeters here between the rails. But the other thing I want to do is just make sure that that rail is relatively perpendicular. So perpendicular and about the same distance at both ends. Darn it. Okay. We'll go ahead and tighten both sides. Yep, the man who builds stuff is at it again. And so Poondog, we were chatting. So, obviously this is a Trident build, but I will also have a it's like sometimes English. We will also be doing another build soon, and that build will be a rook. So I've got 2 rook builds coming, and we've also got I think I'm going to go 80 millimeters, possibly between. Sorry, we've got a rook build coming, and we've got 2 rook builds. We've got a standard rook and a rook 2020 build. We've got a Ender 3 conversion to a belt printer. That kit's en route. Let's see, what else do we've got going on? We'll have a dragster that we're working on that we almost have everything but the receiver. We had a bad receiver. So we're trying to get that one going. Then we'll have our dragster built. And then we'll also have a couple of death racers, a couple of the Mechanum death racers, if we can get the parts in to get them built in time. Once again, some parts are only available from Ollie, so they take some time to get, and stuff like that. So still good there. Now we're going to do our M3 by, I believe they're M3 by 8. Yes. And when you do these, you're threading through the plastic, and it's just there to kind of hold them to keep your den rails from sliding back and forth. Right. So it's not like we're going to be putting a lot of pressure on these. We're just going to make them contact the rail to keep the rail from moving back and forth. What else would we be working on? We've got an Omni modular display case that we want to try and get done and have it earth just to be able to display some of the prints and stuff a little bit nicer. So yeah, we've got a few things in the works. I'm just screwing this in until I feel the tension change, and that tells me I'm up against the den rail, and you really don't want to go anymore because once that den rail bottoms out in the print, then all you're going to do is just chew up the threads that you just made in the printed part. and then righty-tighty will become righty-loosey. I wonder what like what you would use to anodize with to get the color orange too, Chris. Because yeah, I agree. Orange would be good. I guess somewhere along the line, I'm going to have to do an orange build, do an orange and black. Okay, what's up next? Flip it back up, and we're going to put in some uh, um, cable guides. Before I do that, I just want to see if there's anything. Yeah, before we do it, I guess, no. Before we do those cable guides, I'm going to set this down. We're going to start putting all of our electronics onto their mounts, and then we can mount the electronics before we go flipping this up and over again. Just kind of makes a little more sense operationally to me that way. And it wants us to start with the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi, that's a dedicated clip, that's a dedicated clip. One of these things is not like the other. SCR is 25, standard DIN clip. Okay. All right, so you got a long slit and a short slit, and the short slit is where your springy side of your clip will go. So that's how your piece will go. And we're going to look for 2x10 self tapper. Sweet. These should be nice because these are socket head cap screws, 2x10 self tappers, where the ones I've used in the past are a very tiny Phillips head, and they are so incredibly easy to strip. There, and we have options. So this is a Raspberry Pi 3B with a very nice case that I actually bought off of somebody else. I don't think I'm going to use this. I think I'm going to keep this, and we will deviate slightly. Instead of using a Raspberry Pi, be right back. We are going to use instead Um, we're actually going to use a big tree tech. Wow, you guys are way up high again, huh? Bring you down some. You see what I'm doing? We're going to use a Big Tree Tech Pi 1.2. So this is Big Tree Tech's kind of Pi alternative. There's two ways we could do it. We could go with a whatchamacallit. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. I just tore a fingernail. We can go with a CB1 and a Pi, I think it's a Pi 4 like mount for it. Or we can go with the Pi 1.2 module here. The main difference is the Pi 1.2 module is all-in-one. I believe it's the same exact processor as the CB1 module. It's just an all-in-one package as opposed to a CB1 board that mounts on another board that then gets installed. So the nice thing with this as well, I'll just throw this up here. So we've got our H616. This is the processor. This is the memory. Okay, we still have our Raspberry Pi 40-pin connector. The difference is I believe it's on the, yeah, so the connectors, I believe, are flip-flopped between the two boards. You've got a dedicated CAN bus connector. And I believe this is a dedicated fan connector. The nice thing, though, is you've got the ability to plug it into a wall wart and bring in 5-volt DC. You still have the ability to bring 5-volt DC in through the GPIO pins. However, you can come in with 24 volts right into the board. So by going this way, I negate the need to install the RS255 actual separate 5-volt power supply. And I can just power everything 24 volts directly in through the screw down terminals here. And if I remember right, yeah, so your part goes in the back and your wireless will be right here. And we have an antenna that'll plug in that will give us a boosted wireless signal. So I think this is what we're going to go with. It should be the same exact bolt pattern as a Raspberry Pi. You say should be, but one is one of the bolts is a little out of place. All right, yeah. Let me think about the Pi. I like the idea of going with this one, but let me think on that a little bit more. Whether I want to do the, well, actually, we'll just take a look at them. So you got that one. Then we've got the you'd have a CB1 module and the actual Pi 4B adapter. And the Pi 4B adapter just gives you that form factor. It doesn't get you like a Pi 4 speeds. Yeah, so this is where I was reading. So this is the Pi 4B style adapter. You get your 40-pin GPIO and your CB1 module plugs right into the top. and you've got your USB in and your HDMI ports, your USBs, and your Ethernet, where if you look at the other board, the USBs and Ethernet are the same, but your 40-pin connectors flip-flopped and your HDMI and USB-C port are on the opposite sides. And then once again, 3 of the holes line up. The hole on this side does not line up. It's a little bit different. So, like I said, I like that Pi 3 in the case. I'm going to leave it there for now. Yeah, I think I'll go CB1 module, and we'll hold this for another project. Yeah, we'll hold this one for another project down the road. Once again, it's the same processor and everything. It's just a slightly different form factor. And I may hold this one off for another project that hasn't been announced, that will most likely be another, well, say it hasn't been announced, so let me announce it. I am going to do another Mercury build. I've got all the parts that I need frame-wise, so I'm going to go ahead and get that frame set up, and then we'll work the build from there. We'll go ahead and get this installed. That one may be done on stream, or it may not be, or it may be me walking somebody else, or yeah, there's a thought or a plan on that one. We'll see how that thought or plan evolves. It gives you an indication that your CPU's here, then your RAM's here. So once again, your H616 is your CPU. The 2 smaller chips are your RAM. And you just want to make sure that it'll line up everywhere, which, funny enough, the connectors don't line up that way, so it's got to go the opposite way of the silkscreen. So what you're doing is you're trying to line up your these B2B board-to-board connectors need to match and line up so that the holes still match. And once you get the connectors lined up, there's only one way to do it. You just have to push, and you'll hear it click. You just want to make sure that they're fully seated, and they are. So board's on, CB1's on. Now you do need to get your heat spreader on this. If you do not put a heat spreader on this, you will take thermal errors. So make sure that you get the heat sink for the CB1, or in these closed electronics bays, you will take thermal errors. I definitely had that when I was running the M8P on my Mercury build downstairs. So when I used the CB1 modules on the the Blue Dragon, the Enderwire, and my other Merc build, I just made sure that I had the heat spreaders on it and then fans going across it. Now, need to double check here. So on the Manta boards, they've got the screws that come with your heat sink will go through the board, and they actually thread into standoffs on the board. We don't have that here, but the board itself does come with screws and nuts. So we can use the nuts out of that to secure these screws down to get a good connection with our heatsink. You do want to make sure that you put your little thermal pad on there. So that you can transfer the heat to that heatsink a little bit better. What do you guys think about some of the planned projects coming up in the near future? You guys like the idea of those? Hey, West Rewind, how are you doing, sis? I probably should have put this on before you actually want to get the antenna on before you put your heatsink on. It'll be a little bit easier. And these things are always kind of a pain in the butt to get lined up. And then you line your heatsink up with the holes. Once again, you got a little cutout there so you can get to your antenna for your CB1 module. And then we've got choices. We've got button head cap screws, or we've got some socket head cap screws here. You're gonna hang with the puppers tonight. How are the puppers doing? I'm gonna use the button heads. I'm just gonna go ahead and get them lined up. Actually, let me see if these go all the way down. Yep, we'll go ahead and use so the ones that come with the CB1 module, that's going to be the issue. They are, they feel plastic. Feel like they're plastic. And none of these are going to actually stick past the one side because it's a thicker piece. So we're going to have to improvise here with our own hardware some. But not to worry, that's easily doable. Easily doable. I'm distracted here trying to get screws started. Nope, nope. There you go. The Westery. How's the shield coming along? And have you been able to uh, get the bowstrings tightened? Because I'm really, really looking forward to seeing that bow shoot for the, well, I'll say shoot again. Hey, Pezliz, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Ah, I got you. Your power's been in and out. That kind of sucks. Hey, Shenanigans, how are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. All right, so we've got our CB1 module installed on our Pi 4B adapter, and that will give us, I'll say, everything lining up appropriately when we go to put it on the mount. And we'll use our Big Tree Tech Pi 1.2 on something else down the road. Like I said, I buy some of these things just to have options for things down the road. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. We're just going to try and get things, I'll say, prepared for our next stream so that Saturday we actually get into full bore wiring and um, KB3D Chris has got my order in the mail already so that hopefully, according to the post office, it shows up tomorrow and we'll be able to continue on because we'll have our Nomi and the underdeck linear wiring kit that works for 2.4s and Tridents. So I really liked that kit when I got it for the 2.4. So I figured why not? We'll go ahead and use that for the next build. Okay. Taking the black out tomorrow to ride, and if he's cool. Okay, yeah, that'll be good. Now that you have the right card, what card did you have that wasn't right? And is this like a Mark III, or which printer is this West 3 that you're talking about? I think I missed something. Ah, I see Mark III reslicing it. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So you had the wrong SD card for the Mark III. Yep. The Mark IV is down here printing off parts for the Omni display case, and the Mercury, the big Mercury G down, or 0G Mercury downstairs, which is the Inter 5 Plus, is printing parts for another project that if I can get enough parts done between now and Saturday, maybe I'll do a little teaser on Saturday. All right, so this is our cute little RS-25-5. And Flippy goes towards the front. And these are M3x6 button head screws. Hmm. You wanted the one that Ian sent with it? Um, it shouldn't be that big of a deal with SD cards on those. Just make sure it's a good SD card, and it yeah, just make sure it's a good SD card and that it's formatted in FAT32. These are M4 by 6s. They go in the power supply. And Zombie, if you're still here, how's your Trident doing? Because you built a Trident not too long ago, right? I think maybe right before Murph. Wondering how that's going for you, if it's still printing great. I will say one of the most infuriating things, and I don't know why, but the USB stick that came with my Mini and the Mark IV, for whatever reason, just they like to take their sweet time to eject out of my Mac. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's something that the Mac itself is doing. These are some more M2 by 10. Okay. Octopus writing on the one side, long, short, and the finger clip is on this side. But it's weird. It's like it only does it on the Mac. So if I happen to plug it into the Windows box, it does everything just fine. So I don't know if it's the way that Mac writes files to the drive or it doesn't release it. I don't know. But the ones I always have the issue with seems to be the ones that, the sticks that I got from Prusa. And then it's always only an issue on the MacBook, which is weird. That's why I'm chalking it up more to the Mac than to anything with the Prusa. Okay, once again, long, short, and your release clip goes to the short slot side. I'm glad that the Mini is still doing awesome. It should come in very handy. Like I said, I really like my smaller printers and the fact that they're easy to transport. First 2 years I went to Murph and I was staying at my son's apartment. The Mini went with me in the truck, and I printed like the entire week that I was out there prior to the show. All right, we've got our Big Tree Tech Octopus board. Oh, look, another bag of jumpers. I swear, I feel like I need to give jumpers back to Big Tree Tech. I get so many of them. Okay, and so this particular board is an octopus. Believe it's a octopus 1.1 board, which means this one does support CAN bus. That connector on this one. I believe the CAN bus runs through the phone jack connector here. I haven't decided if I'm going to run CAN bus connecting through here or how I'm going to run it yet. But yeah, we'll figure that out as we get into the build. So on these, the curved edges are the inward side. And we will mount this using M3x6 button head screws. Hey, Solar 3DP, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. And as you notice, I've already opened this up and installed the Big Tree Tech TMC 2209 drivers on it. Or actually, I take that back. I bought this board off of somebody that already had the TMC 2209 drivers on it. Happens to be the same person I bought the Raspberry Pi off of, too. So because this is a previously used board, we will go through and do a full reflash of the firmware and everything. And so once again, I'm trying to get some of this prep work done before Saturday stream so that Saturday we can do the wiring and we can also then go ahead and start doing some of the initial configurations of all the boards and stuff. So I think that'll be a good use of our time, is to actually go through and do some of the configuration setups and any troubleshooting that may come out of doing the configuration setups. Okay, so we got all of our boards done. We need to do our solid state relay. Now, I know I've harped on it a couple of times now, but do yourself a solid if you're going to be using a mains power, a mains powered bed. Get an official Omron from a trusted source, KB3D, Fabrico, what have you, DigiKey, wherever you can get it. Just make sure that it's a known good source, and then you just don't want mains power going and thinking, okay, I've got a thing that will shut off and it'll fail closed, and then you find out later it fails open. And the relay mounts, you don't print these, you do buy these because they act as a heat sink. So you do have to buy the relay mount. It's a good time to get it when you get your actual Omron. We're going to use M4x6 button head cap screws on these. And now it's going to tell us to get our filtered power supply ready as well, or power inlet ready, not power supply. So we'll get those parts up. We'll need to put a couple more heat set inserts in. And if you ever do a printed forward set of parts, just be aware that it will not come with a full set of skirts. It will only come with the skirt piece for the inlet power, because that's the only one that you need to make the printer functional. Okay, so we're going to put 2 heat sets in from the front, and then one in at what will be the bottom. And I'm just going to get them close to being fully set and then use the back of my tweezers as a flat that I can push them the rest of the way down flat. Oops. Let that part cool for just a minute before we install the pieces. We probably installed this switch already. And think about it. So one of the things I always try and think of is I know where I just put the heat set insert, that's the bottom, this will be the top of the printer, and this is going to be in the back. I always want to be able to reach around and I have to flip it up to turn it on and down to turn it off. That way it's easy. I can reach around the back of any of my printers and I always know that down shuts it off if I've got an issue. So once again, 0 for off, the other one's power on. So I want the off facing down. Let's go ahead and insert that in and it'll make a nice satisfying click. These two are good. And then you'll take your filtered outlet and make sure you got the right orientation so your part has this up and it wants the fuse down. So in this case, it's going to have the ground pin, which is your longer pin, at the bottom. That way, if anything catches your cord and goes to pull it out, the ground should be the last thing that comes out of it. So that keeps you grounded. And we're going to use 2 M3 by 10 flathead screws. Yep, it gives you the smiley face. M3 by 10 flatheads. Those are M3 by 12s. So I don't have M3 by 10 flatheads. I have M3 by 12 flatheads. I don't know if I'd wind up needing those a little bit later. Let me grab, I believe I have some of those over here. And it might just be that they put 12s in there to reduce the number of different types of screws. And another thing to note, just to make sure, is that it actually has fuses in it. Not all filtered power supplies that you buy will have a fuse or fuses in it. And I had to go ahead and cracked this open earlier today and put fuses in it. There. And now it wants us to install those on there, which means I need to try and clear up this. All right. Then we're going to be at the rear of the printer. So you've got your center motor in the rear. And we're going to need M3 by 8 socket head cap screws. I'm going to assume a couple of M3 by 8 T-nuts as well. Run my ball and draw it. Be easier to get in there. And make sure it's nice and flush at the front and pull it in tight. And go ahead and lock it down. Oy. My bad. Thanks, John. And welcome in, John. Yeah, I figured we'd do a little bit of preliminary work on the stream to get things ready for a big wiring session on Saturday. So we're just working our way through. Now it's going to tell us, it shows us how to hook and snap things in place. And we're going to install our Wago connectors and their mount. And then we'll start putting some things on the printer. So let me think here. Moving things around. Running out of places because what I wanted to do was I want to lay this down on its side because it's going to be easier, like I said, for me to work with gravity to put these things in there. And it may help you guys see a little bit better. Okay, there we go. Nice. Okay, so our corner Wago connector is sitting right here. We're going to put in these are the 5 gang connectors. And now I'm back once again. So once again, I always take it, kind of snap it down in there, and then push it back. And you should hear it click as the front edge falls in underneath that lip. Same thing for the second one. Push it in there, push it back, make sure it's fully seated. And the third one. So just like that. And it's going to mount with the two side underneath our power outlet. And this is where I said I may have to do some flipping on our printer here. Right out of the way. So how are you doing this evening, John Strand? Hope your all's week has gone well. I don't want that fully tight yet because I will need to move it out of the way. Rotate the printer. Oh, that was the other one. Gotcha. Like there's things flying at me. Get our T-nut in, kind of line it up. That fall down. All I'm going to do is just push it kind of in the corner there so it's nice and tight. Tighten up that side. Tighten up this side. Then bring our bed support or our deck support piece down and flip it around. Now each of these deck support pieces, they've got a spot for zip ties. So we'll be able to use those to zip tie our wires around the edges some. That's a nice feature right there. So we've got that installed. Teaching yourself build root. Oh, that sounds like fun. Oh, the Linux distro that the K1 uses. That's the Creality K1. So basically you're trying to bend it to your will. Okay, so I think I'm going to kind of leave it right here so you guys can see what I'm doing as I start installing the components. So it tells us to start with our power supply. And our power supply is going to go up in this rail here. And that's why this particular clip is on this side, because this will provide support underneath that power supply. Okay. We'll get one side hooked in and power supply is hooked. And that's going to slide. So actually, I'm going to have to pick this up. That's going to slide around on me. That'll be interesting. Might have to put like little little bits of tape or something to keep those things from sliding around. And I don't know why they are sliding, but we'll have our power supply put in place. Raise you guys back up so you can see. So you can help Dan when he has no package manager, so all the packages are built. Oh dear God. Well, and that's kind of like I was sitting there going, how hard would it be to yank the board on a K1 and, pick a board and, Duet, Victory Tech, anything like that, and just replace the board and do a fresh build on it. Because quite honestly, that's probably what I would do with as locked down as it is and some of the other reality things. So yeah, this is the other thing. This is why we had an M5 nut on the side here, is because we need to install this support bracket. Right here. So it's going to be an M4 by 6 that goes into the side of the power supply, and then another M5 by 10 that'll lock it into the rail. And if for some reason you decide that you don't have an M4 by 6, but you have something longer, you might want to seriously consider cutting down that bolt or looking in your power supply to see if you're going to run into any issues with, touching something metal within the power supply, because that would be an electrifying experience. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is I would just replace the whole thing, because I think what he wants to do is clipperize it, right? I would just replace the control board and the host controller and reflash it with something else. So when you're installing your SSR, be cognizant. You want your load side, your 1 and 2 load side, to be facing towards the back, because this little notch right here is where your bed wires is going to come from. So you want those to be able to come straight into your AC load. That'll be mounted kind of right there. And then right next to it in this other little spot is going to be the RS-25/5 power supply. So once again, this is a 25 watt, 5 volt power supply. So this is dedicated to running your Raspberry Pi or Pi Lite controller. Yeah, I would want to put standard clipper on it too, because they've neutered it and they've jacked it up. So we're using a CB1 on an RPi 4 controller for this build because I can't bring myself to take the Raspberry Pi out of the pretty case that I have. So I can flash this with their I want to say it's Clipper and mainsail or Clipper and fluid, but I don't. I installed the smallest, like the minimal Linux build on it, and then I've git, update it, git Kaya, and install everything fresh myself because then I know what's been installed on it. I hate the Creality stuff, and I hate the fact they tie all their stuff into their cloud. It's annoying. So now the Pi is going to go on this side, and I'm just going to sit it somewhere. We'll move it around as we need to. And then next up is going to be our octopus. Same thing. It's going to go on this side, just somewhere to start with. And what I'm probably going to do is, so this is going to take 5-volt this direction. And what I will probably do is put a UTC module between these two and a breakout. So let me think through that. I kind of still want to not do this and go with one of the thin ones like I did on the Merc build, but I'll keep it this way because doing it this way in this orientation I'm just thinking through this. I may turn this around just because I've got all my power leads over on this side now. And I kind of, what I'm thinking is I'm gonna do distribution blocks for the 24-volt power, and having that distribution block kind of right here in the middle between these, and being able to run power to my octopus, and then having a UTC module sitting right here, and being able to, I'm just trying to think the layout in my head. I know I can do CAN bus off the octopus. I just may not want to do it that way because I'm more familiar with doing the UTC method. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll work through it. Oh no, your Pi isn't working after the power outage. Oh no. Hopefully it's just an issue of it's just taking a while to talk to everything again. So Josh Murrah's so that's the one that gives the like the flipped electronics, like the Mercury build, where you can put a clear deck on it then and see all the electronics and be able to have it easier access to it. I have not been following that. That is something I may do to mod this down the road, because that would be really, really cool. And I'm not going to lie about that. That would be cool. The other thing I'm going to do right now, while I have the printer like this, is I'm going to grab some of my Raceway. because regardless of whether or not I flip this around, I am going to put raceway in here, and I may just put my cables in there just so I don't have as many of them flipping around. I'll put a, and this is just a generic cable raceway kit I got off of Amazon. I will find the link and post the link, but it worked really well for, I think I used this on the 2.4 build as well. It's just a generic raceway, and it tends to fit just nice, and you can route all your cables into it, and it hides everything pretty well. And you just put it down with a couple of pieces of a VHB tape. And they don't have to be huge pieces either. That. I thought, I gotta do some checking because I thought at some point I bought some more VHB tape from you, Chris. If not, expect an order soon because I'm starting to run out. And it's probably somewhere in this mad house of a dragon's den. Still something I need to work on is getting the dragon den cleaned up. Like I said, we're just going to put a couple of pieces on here. I was sworn I had ordered some. Now I'm gonna spend like half the night looking to see if I can find out where it went. Could be that I had it in my cart and then took it out, but so who all is planning on going to Earth in a couple of weeks, in about a couple of months? You need to actually like get a countdown going. I know as we get closer, Pez is going to start heckling me with how many wake ups we have left. Probably not, Westery. Oh no. Pretty sure Creatix Brit's going because it's like pretty much in her backyard. I'm not going to do a full routing job on here. I'm just going to lazily kind of route it around and get it in here. So it's, like I said, so it's out of the way as I'm flipping the printer up and over. Darn it. There we go. That way it just makes it a little bit easier for me and I don't keep catching wires or don't smash a connector underneath the printer. Okay, what's next? Now it's going to tell us to do our end stops, and this is where we're going to have to actually fabricate some end stops. So we'll flip this back over. And while we're at it, we're here, we're going to go ahead and put in our little cable ties. And these go along the inner edge of our tracks right here. Let me bring you guys back down some. And they're just standard twist. You just need to look at the piece to figure out which way it twists in. And then, there's 3 on each side. So just kind of find the right spot. And twist them in. And we'll use these later. And apparently these are loose in here. Might have to reprint these and just, I'm going to have to reprint these and maybe do them just a little bit oversized because they're not, once again, these are not Masumi spec rails or LDO spec rails, so they're a little bit loose. So I'll just go ahead and reprint these with a slight, like 1% or 1% or 2% oversized. It won't take much to do these. And that way I'll be able to put those in on Saturday's stream and we'll get those going. But what we're going to have is we're going to have one motor wire coming down one side. And then this side, we're going to have our motor wire. We're going to have an end stop that we're going to put right here. And then our umbilical cable is going to come up and come down this side through the slot here. So that's all the cables that are going to come and run down here and down through the corner piece. And with that said, we're going to need to fabricate 2 end stop cables or end stops. One's going to mount on the Chaotix Lab CNC here, and then the other one's going to mount back here on the motor mount and then run down and in. So one will need to be really long, one will need to be short. And I think, give me one moment, because I think the SB 2209 manual I can find it again. I don't have it over here. Well, maybe I do. Let me see if I have it over here. No, I don't have it over there. So let me pull it down real fast. Because what we want to do is fabricate the one for the CNC. And I know that the Big Tree Tech documentation has like recommended lengths in it because I was looking at that before. Big Tree Tech EBB SB 2209 GitHub. we'll try and do a quick download of that so that we'll have it. And then also while we're here, let's go ahead and download the Octopus board information. Yeah, a separate repo for the 1.1 boards. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get that downloaded and open those up. Okay, and the nice thing, if I remember right, is this is set up and was created by the Chaotic Labs folks. So that'll be nice. I'm looking specifically. We'll use this tomorrow as we're, or not tomorrow, but Saturday as we finish building our StealthBurner and install the SB2209. But what I wanted to look at was for the actual X end stop. Here we go. Recommended to be 145 millimeters. So that way we'll know when we go to cut our wire to use to make that connection that we know how long to make it. Ooh, and I was going to actually fabricate a cable, but before I do that, let me come back here, bring you guys down some. Let me get caught up on chat too. So yeah, John, I haven't looked at Josh Murrah's update. I may take a look at that, and I'm probably going to build it stock, and then maybe look at updating it down the road. Just because I do really like the way the 0G's set up. So you take a couple of magnetic clips off, you can lift the panel and you can work on anything. So I kind of like that setup. And Pezliz, you were saying you had 80 something days. We were up over 90 today, and it's 86 right now at 7 p.m. So yeah, I feel you. We've been hot the last few days. You got all your parts printed for the Bugaboo 260. Okay, I didn't realize it had a 260. Okay. Yeah, Stephen Poole. It's pretty hot outside. It is pretty hot. So I do have a set of 5 end stops here, and I think I got a couple more hanging around somewhere in my bin up here, at least one. So yeah, we've got our end stops that we can use. Now, the one thing that I was noticing, I got a kit to do the lights for the StealthBurner, so we'll do that, or I may do that off stream because that's fiddly. But this is the SB2209, right? So they give you some wires. You've got a plethora of connectors and pins to use for when you're putting everything together on there. So that's nice. They give you plenty of connectors. They give you plenty of wire, and this is a pre-made wire. So you've got I think this is a XT30 plus 2. So your power's coming across the XT30, and I believe it's 18 gauge. Or no, that's not 18. I believe it's 20 gauge. And then you've got your two, these are like a DuPont connector on this side and a JST on the other side. So it's made to be able to plug right into your boards. So you've got that pre-made cable, and what'll happen is I'll get it plugged in, I'll get it routed, we'll test everything out using the standard connectors, and then I will cut it short and route it nicely. Of course, you've got your rubber ducky, right? And come on, make noise for me. There we go. So we got a rubber ducky, and you've got your boards. And we've talked about this before in the fact that the main board here that will get mounted on the tool head, has the standard motor connector size, and there's that proprietary, well, not proprietary, but the XT30 plus 2 connector. But then you've got these tiny, I think they're like XH or PH connectors, and trying to crimp these was god awful. Like, I had to do it off stream. And something that I was looking at was, why are they giving you cable in here? I don't get it. And the one side is, just some standard stripped tinned wire. And I got to looking at the other side. And if I can get it to focus and show, come on, you can do it. There we go. These are pre-crimped terminals on those little tiny things. So what I'm going to do, rather than make my own connector, is sit here and go, how long is this? Oh, look. These are about 150 mil. Sounds good to me. I've now got pre-crimped wires. I just need to pop 2 off, and I've got pre-crimped wires for these tiny, tiny pain in the butt connectors. So I'll peel 2 of these off. We'll just pick a color. So like, I don't know, black and white. And I've got 2 pre-crimped connectors that I can use. And then the other side, I just need to solder onto, an end stop. This one doesn't have a lever, so we'll hold that for later. Yeah, that was a solid find when I saw that. I was like, oh dear God, that is awesome. And I didn't even notice it on the other one when I made connectors for it. I just saw that and said, why did they include like standard jumper wire in here? This makes no sense. Well, it does if you look hard enough and you realize that they've already pre-crimped the tiny pins on there for you so you don't lose your ever-loving mind. So then what we have to do is figure out from our guide, which I'll have to bring up the big one here, is we've got a a signal and a ground. And it's going to be a 3-pin connector on there. So I will need to figure out my connector side. Yeah, and the funny thing is I talked to the Big Tree Tech folks multiple times and was telling them, like, this is the part that makes me want to scream bloody murder, is these tiny, tiny pins. And they were talking about it too. Not once did they mention, oh, hey, they're pre-crimped now. So the guys may not have realized that they had started doing that, the guys at the show. But if they're at IRF, I will make sure that they're aware that it's that way now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the connector and just try and figure out which way it pops in. I'm just going to do it that way. So I want my black in the middle. Not that it's going to make much difference. Black in the middle and the white in the side. And boom, now I've got a connection. The other thing that I think is really, really cool here. Now we're using a Revo, so it's got a built-in, it's got its built-in thermistor. So I will need to cut this off, but I will cut it off and I'll just solder some of these to it because they're pre-crimped. But if you were using, probably not a Rapido, but like a Dragon or a Dragonfly or something like that, they include a thermistor that's already pre-made and terminated. So if you're using something that uses a cartridge style thermistor, they're including it already crimped and already made. Since I can't use this on my Revo, I'm going to just leave that there, may use it somewhere down the road on a different build. And I'll just take a couple of these wires and figure out what length I need and do a solder to the existing thermistor wires. And now I've got pre-crimped wires. So that will make life a little bit easier as well. And then what I'll do, like I said, is I'll just go ahead and take these two and we'll solder up to our end stop. And then the other one, I'm going to have to make a long end stop because that's going to come from the A motor all the way down and through. So I will have to create that wire. I want to kind of see what I've got in here that I can use. So I kind of keep all of my wires. Because you never know when you can reuse wires from a previous build. And while I know I can use, like a motor wire, I don't really want to use those types of wires for this just because it'll get a little hairy trying to differentiate. And I can always just fabricate a new one out of some new wire, but I always try and use some of my scraps if I can. And that's kind of the closest one that I got there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What we got here? It also depends on if any of my scraps are, about the right length or not to work. Like, boom, that's already a 2-wire. However, that's not going to make it. Not long enough, not long enough. And this is going to be a fixed wire. So we just need to try and determine what our wire length is going to be like and what our wire routing is going to be like. It really needs to be longer than this one too. It's still going to be about the same size. Yep. So it looks like I'm probably going to run a new set of wires for that. Okay, Pez. Hope rebooting will help. I know that actually does sometimes for me. So in this case, with the wire runs that I need to make, I don't have anything that's current scrap that'll work. So we'll just go ahead and fabricate a new one. And I'm going to be fabricating a wire that is inside the printer, inside the confines of the printer. So I'm going to use some of this other wire that I have sitting over here. And this, my friends, is why I like Lineo, is because they give you plenty of extras. I'm looking through this box going, what is in this box? I know what's in this box. They give you plenty of extra wire in the step wire type. So we will be using some of this to make our cable. We just got to figure out what's long enough and what's not. Once again, we want to be able to route it around the perimeter. Oh, it's 2 different pieces, so that will not work. This is kind of a hodgepodge mixture of, in this box, of stuff from my trad rack build. So we're just going to use nice FEP wire. And this will let us make it long, and then we'll cut it once we get it installed. I mean, we don't want to go like 2 feet long, but we'll go a little long. All right, Solar, enjoy dinner. Hope it's a good dinner. Ooh, Solar. You sound like you're in like maybe an Arizona area. or Texas. There, go down, wrap around. All right, we should be good relatively here. So we'll just need to get another length out and then we'll start fabricating cable. Yeah, so I've alluded to a couple of projects that we have in the works. One of which being our Death Racer rebuilds, our Mechanim Death Racer builds. We've got the Dragster project that is starting, and we're going to have another type of mobile fun toy coming down the pipe as well. In the case of that, I'm looking at another little type of mini tank build that I think some people may recognize once I start getting the parts together. I'm trying to get a few of the parts printed, and I'll probably show some of those off on Saturday. And we may have a guest on Saturday as well. Evil Diesel may come out and make an appearance with us. We'll get that out of the way. We'll need our strippers, and we're going to need our soldering iron again. And hopefully Evil Diesel is doing better with the weather and will be out here Saturday with us. For those of you that are joining late, we are going to start doing a modified schedule additional schedules. So we're going to stream Tuesdays and Thursday nights at 5. I will be adding a standard Thursday night stream to the stream schedule. And we're also going to be streaming Saturdays still. Now, when we stream on Saturdays, we will we will still be starting at 10 o'clock normally. However, this coming Saturday, I'm going to have to start a little bit later. I'm thinking more along the lines of 11 because I need to take Miss Dragon or Mrs. Dragon to the train station. She will be heading off on another trip. So I got to get her up to the train station so she can go to a conference up in DC. So we'll do that. We'll grab this. And we're going to go to the 2 outside pins. Once again, we are going to be streaming 3 days a week now, Tuesdays and Thursday nights, and Saturday mornings. This Saturday will be a little delayed, and I'll make sure that those times are out there for everybody. And there's a reminder. Okay, so standard, we're just going to tin these ends. And I should probably put my heat shrink on before I forget it, because I will forget it. So we'll tin the ends of the wire. We'll tin the ends of the legs that we're going to use on the end stop. And we'll just quickly join them together. And then we'll jump over and do the other end stop. Yeah, it has been crazy humid out here with the storms that keep rolling through. Though I'm really liking the storms coming through because that helps with, well, one, with our garden and keeping our garden going, but it also helps knock down some of the pollen and stuff. It's all up in the air. It's been killing my allergies. Okay. One down, the other one up. All right, sis, I'm going to ask this. Have you played with your new toy yet? Okay. Evil Diesel's going to get mad at me if he sees me do this, but I'm going to do the shrink wrap with the soldering iron. Maybe. Another big clump there, so I needed to redo that one. And we just need to shrink our tubing. And you should be doing this with a heat gun. Some people use a lighter. I was trying to do it real fast with my soldering iron. So there's one done, and this is going to be the Y end stop because it's got the longer cable. The shorter cable that we're going to work with here, this is going to be our X end stop that's going to be mounted on our tool head. So let's go ahead and get those wires there. Get another end stop set up. And once again, it doesn't matter, I'll say like the polarity, because what'll happen is if it's the wrong direction, it's just a config change, a change in the config file. So let me get a little bit of extra wire, get my heat shrink tubing on there. And there we go. Yeah, that's the nice thing with Clipper is if it's going in the wrong direction, it's a real easy fix. Just go in your config file and either put an exclamation point or remove an exclamation point, and you're good. Okay. That side's good. Now just need to line up and do the other side. Okay, we got 2 good connections, so oof, a lot of extra solder on that one. Shrink wrap up and shrink this. All right, so there's our X-end stop now as well. We'll go ahead and remove that, get it out of the way. Okay, now, go ahead and install that, I think. Where are we at on here? So it's talking about doing the in-stop installs. So we're going to go ahead and install those using the pieces that we have. I'm going to go ahead and put this board up for now because I'm going to have to do that thermistor wire still. Guess we can almost do that while we got stuff out, huh? Let's go ahead and do the thermistor wire, make that to size. What do you guys think? What do y'all think about I'll say my stream and my stream format, and how do you think I can possibly improve on my streaming to make things better for you all? What I'm going to do now is take the back cover off so I have a little more room to work with. Kind of want to grab this one because this will give me kind of the length that I'm looking for. And see about where I'm going to need to go. I'm not going to need a huge amount. So we'll take maybe that much off. This will give me my 2 wires. Just need to strip the ends a little bit so that I can make sure I get some good connections. Cut this connector off. strip these wires as well. And these thermistor wires are like fiberglass insulated, so you're going to have to cut some of those fiberglass fibers out. I never really get them to, every once in a while, I'll get them to um, strip cleanly. Normally, I've got to do some type of cleanup with the fiberglass strands that are around the wire. Clean those up a little bit. We'll need some more heat shrink tubing. These are going to be fine just because they're so small, but we'll get them there. This Omni Fix, though, has been like an amazing, amazing tool. If you do soldering and you start doing a lot of it, like when you're doing these builds, it's definitely worth getting. It's a little expensive, but it's definitely worth getting. Because everything's magnetic. They can stack on top of each other. They are magnetic ball joints, so you can kind of angle them however you need to angle them. Really work out well. We're going to do the same thing as before. You tin all the ends, and then you can quickly join them together and just melt that solder on each of the ends. And these are really thin wires. These are like 26 gauge wires, so it didn't take a whole lot. Okay. Good. We've got a little bit of a bulb down here at the bottom. We're going to put that off. Looking good. We need to shrink wrap over those joints. And then we should have nice, good connection that we can get plugged into our SB2209 on Saturday. Here we go. Go ahead and set this back in here. The wires are out of the way of the back plate. Everything's pinched. Close that back up. We'll be able to put one of our little tiny connectors on it. The nice thing is it's a 2-pin, not a 3-pin. So I just need to find the 2-pin connector. And because it's the thermistor, it doesn't matter which order the wires are because it's just a straight resistor. So I don't need to worry about pinning anything out. And if I remember right, I will have to extend the actual other heater wires as well, but I'm going to have to do some work before I'm ready to work on those. I'm going to have to do some work on that one. The other thing we can do right now is let's go ahead and install the SB2209 board in here so we can kind of see how it lays in here. Now we do have this little offset piece, and that's going to go through the board and then into the printed part. I believe we have the right size screws actually in here with the board. We'll dump our tiny connectors out again. Find the screws. Find one of our little 2-pin connectors as well, because we'll need that. And for good measure, we're going to need at least one, if not two, of the jumpers. I think we need two to start with. No, I think we can get away with one, because what will happen is we'll put a jumper. There'll be a jumper that we have to set in order to put cam boot on the board. And then once we're done getting cam boot on the board, when we go to set it up for final, for the final setup, we'll have to put a jumper on here. So let me see if I can get something I can point with. So on our board right here, we'll have to put a jumper on these 2 pins, which are the pins that set it to 5 volt, so that we can operate the board across the USB connector, right? Where's my focal point? Come on, focus. Focus. I still need to install the software on here. There we go. Okay. So we're going to put a jumper on these 2 pins right here in order to use the USB-C. When we're done, we'll take that jumper off of there and we'll have to put it on this jumper down here, which is the 120 volt resistor. And we'll need that in order to talk CAN bus. And these jumpers, to give you an idea, that's the jumper pin. These things are crazy, stupid tiny. When I'm thinking of it, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the jumper for the 5 volt, because we will need to do that to do the board. And then our screws will go through the board, through our little standoff, and then into the 2 heat set inserts that we have here. We did the inner one first. Always enjoy to try and get this lined up. Well, I'm only going to put the 1 screw in right now, and I'm going to go light, because what I'm going to have to do is the pin. So this is if you're using a PT100. If you're using a standard, it's right behind that edge. So you almost have to like rotate this around or even remove it so that you can install the jumper or the thermistor wire and then put it back in place. So yeah, that's always the joy. What I'm going to do is just kind of set this together loosely where it would be. So you see now I have plenty of wire for my thermistor pin. And then this being the heater will plug in right here. So it may just fit, but it's going to be extremely tight to loop around and do that. So you need to decide if that's what you want to do, is make it extremely tight, or if you want to jumper this a little bit so that you get a nice connection in there, which is what I did the last time. Ah, there you go. You just subbed again. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, KB3D Chris. So I think we've got this pretty well prepared. I don't want to go too much more on this tonight. And let me jump back over and see if there's anything else we can possibly do without getting into the tool head. I really want to save the tool head for Saturday stream. And I'll really think about the hot end wires here, and if I think they're good enough or if I need to go ahead and extend these. I probably extended these a lot longer than they needed to be, but I'd rather have more than less on those wires. They'll be easy enough to tuck in. We've got our wire cable. We've got our in-stop cable. Let me go ahead and put some things away for the moment. Close that up. We'll have to get back into this on Saturday to do some more of our wiring. I'm just going to set this box over to the side right now because we will be getting back into it on Saturday. 2.5, 2.0. I will put this in there just so I don't lose it. Like that. All right. Thank you for continuing your subscription there, Chris. And like I said, you'll probably see another order from me here soon because I'm going to need some VHB tape and a couple other things that I just realized I'm going to need. But not to worry, that'll be for panels and stuff, which we won't get into for a while. So I'm just going to leave that somewhat loose for now because I'm going to have to get some connections going in there. Go ahead and put my ends on here. Okay. That over there, that's in the garbage. That will go there. Printer is going to come back up here. Okay. So our Y end stop, once again, is going to mount right back here. I'll go ahead and turn this around so it's a little bit closer. And we've got two different sizes. It all depends on the end stop that you're using. You may have to bend your connector legs, inwards, just squish them together a little bit. We will put some M2 by 10 screws on here. I'm just trying to figure out which one is a better fit height-wise. It looks like we can do this one just fine. Helps if I get the right one in there. Need our longer one. because this will be the Y end stop. Our holes lined up, and we'll use our M2 by 12, I guess. Like 12 or 10? M2 by 10 screws, self-tapping screws will go in here. And that's where I might need to go with the thicker one, as the heads may not let this sit flush. So, yep. So we'll pop these back out. We'll go with a little thicker. If you had the dome head, like Phillips head screws, it would work on the thinner piece. The difference is like 1 millimeter though. So it's not like it's a huge difference. Well, one way or the other, Chris, if we get to panels tonight, we're going to have to stop because I don't have enough VHB tape for too many panels. But like I said, I could have sworn I ordered some. I got to look at my order history to see, like, did I order some and I just don't know what I did with it? And it's sitting around here somewhere, or what? Okay, so we got those snugged up. You don't want them too tight. And what we're going to do is we're going to take these screws out of the front, and we're going to mount this right in the same spot, and we should be able to use the same screws. How long have we been going? A little over 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, keep an eye on my battery life. Looks like we're doing good. There we go. We're just going to take this and route our cables right around the back and put our bolts back in. There will be a little bit of play that you can move this back and forth, obviously just a couple of millimeters, but it'll give you all the play that you need to set your in stop appropriately. Pretty sure it used the same screws. Apparently it doesn't. So let's take a quick look real fast, see what screws we have in here. And we'll just go to the next size higher. These are M3 by 30s. Means we won't have like a 32 or anything, so I have to grab some 35s. I think I have over here. They're going to be 35s or 40s, and 40s would be way too long. Those are 40s. Alrighty, might need to get 30s. I could have sworn I had 35s here somewhere. Probably have them in button heads. Wouldn't be that. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because rather than sitting down this part, it's sitting up in this part. That's why I need the 35s. Okay, so we're not going to be able to install this one just yet because I need to find some 35s. Actually, I think the 35s that I have are button heads. I hate when I run across mods like that and I just need like one or two screw sizes different. Bingo. I found some 35s. It's going to make sure your wires are out of the way. Up in your now longer bolt. That's better. And for right now, I'm just kind of lining it, the printed part, up with the face of the motor mount. And like I said, we'll be able to adjust that once we get a little bit further in. And we'll go and check our homing and see where we're at with our homing once we get, I mean, we can manually do it once we get our tool head mounted so we can see how far back we need to go. So there's our X. And like I said, this part here is the part that we printed out. And what that will allow us to do, raise you guys up here so I can get a better angle here. So we just added our end stop. Sorry about the mess. So we just added our end stop here, which this is why we needed to go with the 35s, because the screws would be countersunk at the top here, or into the top piece. Now we're raising it up, so the 35s were needed. That'll be the trigger point, and our gantry will come back, and we've got this piece that'll hit it and do our Z. Now, I just bottomed out, and it's still not touching, so I am going to have to move this forward. So we'll just loosen these a bit. And slide this forward. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this all the way forward. And we'll have a little play in this piece as well. So there's our click. And we haven't bottomed out yet, so we have a little bit of adjustability still. Then this piece, with its fuzziness, will act as a cap and screw on right back there. We'll just feed that wire around. This will come in as a cap. And we'll also run our CAN bus cable down through here. So our CAN bus will come around and go right down through that hole, and we'll bring it all down, and it'll run right along the side of the channel and then down under the lower deck. So we'll go ahead and put a screw in there. Chances are that's probably going to be a 12. Hmm, 10 might work. We'll do a 10. Yep. So we got our wire that comes in like this, and we can loop it all the way around if we wanted to. We can pop it over the top, whichever, however we want to do it to make it as inconspicuous as possible will be the best thing. Rice-A-Roni, how are you? Yep. So what are we building? This is a Voron Trident 300 build. Let me go ahead and turn around front facing. So this is our Voron Trident build that we're working on. We are kind of getting close to where we're going to be wiring. I was thinking about possibly even, running the wires for the bed at least down tonight, but we'll see. So we've been doing things like creating our end stop wires. So we just installed the Y end stop. This is a relocated Y end stop because we're going to run in what's called an umbilical. We're running a Voron tap, in this case a CNC tap by Chaotic Labs. So this is our carriage mount, and we'll be using the nozzle to probe the bed. So when the nozzle touches, this will actually raise up, and when it raises up, it triggers the end stop switch that's right here. So it'll be a normally closed, and then as it hits the build surface, raises up, the trigger opens up, and then that's where it will know that it's zeroed out, right? So in doing this, we get rid of the need to have the X end stop peg back here. A lot of people refer to it as the sex bolt. And we won't have an inductive sensor. because we'll be using the probe. So we get rid of a couple of things. And because we're going to be using a CAN bus toolhead board, in this case, it is the SB2209 toolhead board right here. We'll be using a CAN bus, which is 4 wires. So we'll have positive and negative, and then 2 wires for digital communication over CAN high, CAN low. And so this board, this chip right here at my finger is actually a STEM32 MCU, just like your your Octopus board or your Manta M8P board, whatever. So this is an actual MCU. So this is a separate controller board. So all we're doing is providing power and a high-low communication channel that will go back down to our Raspberry Pi. So the Raspberry Pi will be able to address this board and everything on it as a separate controller, basically. And we'll have a TMC2209 on here to drive the extruder motor. We'll have fans on here. We'll have the hot end will connect right back here as well. So all of the toolhead board connections get freed up from your controller board that's underneath the deck panel. The nice thing about that is you can service everything on the toolhead as one piece. And all you have to do is unplug one wire, and you can take the whole tool head apart and work on it on the bench without ever having to get underneath the deck panel and undo wires. So it's a pretty neat little setup. Our color scheme for this build, let me just close that back up, is Sparta 3D fluorescent or sparkle fluorescent red and Sparta 3D sparkle old copper. So this will be our color scheme. Everybody's calling it Iron Man. Yes, I like Iron Man, but I'm Digital Dragon. This is the Dragon Den. So all of my printers are some type of dragon. So I've decided this one's going to be Iron Dragon. And you may notice that this is a weird looking front end. So we're going to install the Big Tree Tech Nomi screen that'll mount right here in front of the fan. So we need these other inlets in here so that the 5015 fan that sits in here can still pull in air for part cooling. And this shroud may be, I really want to get this shroud. That's why I'm holding off on doing the shroud piece. I may build around and hold off on the shroud because I've got a shroud design that Osita Craft did for me for one of my other builds. Because once again, I'm Digital Dragon. So he created a shroud design for me that has dragon heads on it. And what I'd really like to do, and I'm trying to get Evil Diesel to see if he can't get this going for me, is get the dragon head logo on this, and I'll do it with either black or I'll do the red, the dragon heads in red on either side of this. And I say that I want it done before I install everything in here because I've tried to retrofit and I've almost damaged the LEDs trying to get them back out of here. So it'll kind of be a one and done when I install it in there. So I want to try and get that done before I put the put everything together for the fan shroud piece. But yeah, that's kind of what our color scheme is going to look like. In fact, this will literally fit right in this piece. So yeah. So that will sit there. This will come in and connect in underneath it. I need to route these wires somewhat differently just to get them out of the way. So that's kind of our tool head setup is going to be like that. Yeah, that's the build we're working on right now. Let me do a quick check of the manual and see where we're at. So we installed our end stop. And now it's going to start talking about prepping the controller board and wiring. So we've already made sure that the power supply is PSU voltage is set right. We're going to go in and it's going to tell us to start doing all of our wiring. This we will get into on Saturday because I've got an under deck wiring kit from Lineo coming. So I really want to wait and do that part on Saturday, as well as the NAMI toolhead screen is coming on Saturday or coming tomorrow. So I'll have that stuff for Saturday's stream. Like we could route the cable chain tonight and all the wires from the bed and just have them basically underneath the underneath the deck. And figure out where I need to open this and remove. This be a first guess. Might have to remove one more. So how does that sound to everybody? I think we're getting close to the end of the stream. We'll go ahead and we'll route these cables and get them down underneath the deck. And then we can call it a night. And we'll come back on Saturday. Once again, Saturday's stream is not going to start at 10. We're going to start Saturday at 11 because I have to take Mrs. Dragon to the airport. Or not the airport, the train station. So it's just a heads up reminder that Saturday stream will start a little bit later, and we will now be adding Thursday to our stream. Sounds like a plan, Westery? All right. So I just went in and opened up the cable chain. That will make it a little bit easier. And I'll turn this around so you can see what I'm doing. So we went ahead and held our wires here basically to keep this from dangling all over the place. I'm going to go ahead and unwind them now. But they will be dangling all over the place because we will lay these into our cable chain here and close the cable chain back up. And I seriously just guessed on how many links I need. I may have to take one or two out. Like apparently I have to take that one out, or not take it out, but pop that one off. Close that, put that up there. And we're going to need 3 M3x6 flathead screws. No, I did not see that. So Reality is having a pre-Prime Day special live stream at 9:30 Eastern. Okay. And is that going to be on Twitch or YouTube? What are they doing it on, Rice Running? There's a button head. I know button head. I need flathead. At least I think flathead, right? Yeah, it calls for flatheads. Okay. Yeah, thanks. And if you find the link, feel free to post it so that anybody that wants to can check it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get our end connected first, and then we'll run the wires up and through. And I hope I don't lose connectivity because I believe it is raining out here. Okay, so we've got those 3 installed, and we're going to make sure that we loop our wires. Once again, we have good strain relief there. Our wires need to come down and loop up into our cable chain, and we'll connect our cable chain. Okay, and then our other cable chain is going to get connected, and we're going to go ahead and take our wires and just feed them down through the bottom deck. Pull them through. And I think what we might do, it'll probably be easier, is we'll just take the last link off, install that, and then we'll kind of do like what we just did and rejoin the or redo the connection there. So that way we can keep our cables sort of off to the side and out of the way. And I'm going to have to use my ball end sockets to get in there for this because they're shorter. Don't drop the tiny screws. That's a fun angle. Well, something tells me putting this in would have been easier to do, like before I installed this, this piece on there. But we can rectify that. We just take it off and then put it back on. Facebook Live event. Okay. Sounds good. And on YouTube. So what's worse than M3x6 flathead screw? M3x4 flathead screws. Or any M2 screw. Because doing the V01 and you're doing the M2, was it like M2x8 or something like that for the gantry? Just sucks. That line back up. And I'm going to line it up on the actual deck panel rather than try and measure the 73 or whatever millimeters. Just going to line it up on the deck panel. Because this hole will line up with a hole in the deck panel. So now we'll just take our wires and feed them back through there again. And attach our cable chain. Believe it or not, that actually looks good. Now there is another spot for a zip tie right down at the bottom of this printed piece, so we will need to work on getting a zip tie in there. When I find my zip ties, what do I do with my zip ties? Zip ties. Oh, I put them away. Imagine that. Putting zip ties away where they belong. This is one of the things that people often forget is you need strain relief on your cables that are going through cable chains, right? So we have it very well strain relieved at the top. We've got a little bit of a kick around there as it goes into the cable chain and then comes down. And these really shouldn't move that much within the chain itself. And then we support it back down at the bottom. And that's what keeps the cable from kind of moving up and down so much in the cable chain. Just pull that tight. And then let me put a few things back in their place. And yes, I know I tend to put all my tools back up and then have to go reaching for them again. But to me, mentally, it's easier to do that than trying to search all over the desk to try and find it or knocking them off the desk. So we've got our bed wires run down into the, down to the deck panel. So that's good. And we'll be prepared to go into full-scale wiring mode in the next stream. But for now, I think this is a good place to stop. Like I said, we got a couple of things to work on as far as just getting a couple of things ready for the next stream. I just need to go and do a little bit of reconnoitering on the wiring to see what things I'm going to have to extend and what I won't. And if I don't have to extend things, great. If we have to do a little more soldering on the next stream, we'll do a little more soldering on the next stream. No big deal. But I think that's where we're at, because the rest of this is going to get into wiring, and I don't want to start crimping and doing connectors just yet. I do need to reprint the cable pieces for the side here. So we'll have 3 cable ties on the side here that we'll be able to route our cables right down the edge and through these back pieces and underneath the deck. So all of our cable is going to come down the back and underneath the deck. And for those that weren't with us earlier, let me make sure that dangling things are out of the way. We'll go ahead and put this on its back, slowly and gently. And you'll see that we've already got, go ahead and drop you guys down some. We've got all of our electronics placed. So we've got our power supply, our SSR, the other power supply. This is for the Raspberry Pi. In this case, we're using a Big Tree Tech CB1 module connected to a Pi 4B board. And then we have our Octopus. I'm debating whether or not I want to turn the Octopus around so that the power connectors will be here and here. Because what we'll do is we'll use one of our heaters to trigger the SSR. And we'll do it that way because if I use the bed connector, then I have to apply power to the bed connector. And I think it'd just be easier to run off one of these to trigger the SSR because I don't need anything big. And that will also move all of our fan connections over here and stuff, which is what I did for the 2.4. So I think that is what I'm going to do again, is just take this and rotate it around and mount it in the other direction. That way, all of my motors are right up here against the raceway. So I run my motor wires in, and I can just pop them out and plug them right in. The rear motor is running around the edge in and will pop in. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and rotate it around, and that'll make my cable management a little bit easier. And then once again, I'm going to have at the very least a piece that will mount here. And I think I've got, do I have another one? Yes. So let me grab a couple of things. And then what I'll do, and I honestly, I may not reprint this. I may, who knows. But I'll take, I believe I normally wind up using the 3-gang ones. And these will clip in here, right? And then this can clip on here. So I'll take 24 volt into here. It'll go over into the controller, and then the other one will come into the UBC, or excuse me, UTC, right? They're not painted DIN rails. These DIN rails I get from Tensor 3D, and Tensor 3D sells these. They're really not that much either. I want to say they may be $10. Right, let's check it out. Give me 1 second. We'll change the view here to that. Make that a little bit bigger for us. Tensor 3D, we'll look for DIN rail. Yeah, so they have the DIN rail. So they've got green, blue, purple, natural, which is just standard brushed aluminum, black, and red. And you just select the size. In this case, this is for a 250 printer. So this particular printer is a 300. And so yeah, it's $10. And I believe that is for a pair. Yep. Each set comes with 2 rails. So yeah, $10 and you get colored rail. I mean, I've got plenty of DIN rail that I bought off Amazon. But this adds a little bit of flair. It's good, but it's underneath. So nobody really gets to see it on like a Voron build if you do it the standard way like this. But on the Mercury 0G one that I did, those rails are visible through the deck panel because it uses a drop panel type design. So yeah, that works out really well. They're not powder coated, they're anodized. Yes, they are anodized. And I've used a couple of them now. On the 2.4, we used it, and it was, oh, what am I thinking of? They were purple for the 2.4. And like I said, they look beautiful. The only thing that stinks is you kind of cover them up when you put them on a deck panel like this. But if you use them for something that's open, um, it just pops. So that added a little color. But like I said, I'll do something like this, and I can't remember. I'll have to, once I get there, I'll use either 3 or I might put 5s in here. But I use this to distribute my 24-volt power over in this area. And I've got, you've got 3 here. So I might be able to do it without having to do that, because I'll have motors, board, and that's mains. I need to run, no, that's mains. Yeah, so motor, board, and the UTC. I might not have to use this at all on this particular build. But these little clips right here are really good, and they're really good in the sense that they let you distribute your power a little easier. And I've used them on several builds. They're really nifty. But I need to reprint those the cable tie downs for the back. And like I said, I'll make them I'll do probably a set at 101 and a set at 102, and hopefully one of those 2 works. If they don't, then I guess I'll keep going up. But yep. So we've got our ground wire, we've got our thermistor wires, which will most likely need to be routed just straight across unless I extend these. I'll just route them straight across and plug them in. And then our bed wires, once again, the one that I put some marking on here with the Sharpie, this is the load. So this is going to go directly into the SSR. And then the other one will come over to the neutral side. So yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and stop it for the night. We will get into wiring on Saturday and hopefully be able to make some progress on Saturday. We should be able to get wiring done, and then once we get wiring done, we'll be able to go in and start doing the controller board builds. And I think I've decided this time that we're going to do the controller board builds together. Like normally I do those off stream. I think we're going to do that on stream and do it all together. Because I think, there's some benefit to be had there. Yeah, as far as installing flipper. So because we're using a CB1, it's going to be a little bit different than just, because if I had a Raspberry Pi, I could just do mainsail OS and I'd be good. And I'd be happy doing that. But doing it with a CB1 module, we're gonna have to do it a little bit different, but that's good. That's learning right there. So, yep. So with that, folks, we're coming back straight. I think we're going to go ahead and call the stream for the night. We've made really good progress. I'm really happy with the progress that we've made. And like I said, we've got a few other wiring things to tidy up, but that'll come once we get a few more things installed. And I think we're doing good. We've made a lot of progress. So Saturday's probably going to be a longer stream because we're going to get into the wiring and the the software side of things. And then it'll probably be at least 1 or 2 more streams where we kind of deal with the configuration, we deal with the commissioning. I call it commissioning, but it's kind of like run through the first steps of making sure things are moving in the right direction. If they're not moving in the right direction, how to fix it in the configs. Do some PID tuning, do our calibration on our extruder, right? Things like that. So, cool. Like I said, I think that's where we're going to leave it. I'm not sure who is currently on. Let's take a quick look to see who's on. Babe Ross, Ugly Moose, Sid Heresy. All those are people that we've kind of jumped over onto before. Sorry, got sidetracked there. Back to Twitch. Let's see who's on. Who is on? We've got Ugly Moo, Way Cool Wood. Ian Douglas is on. We haven't jumped over to him lately. Big Jano. Oh, marble races tonight. Free Heathen, Esrona. He's playing games. What do you guys feel like? Shall we jump over to Ian Douglas? We haven't jumped into him in a while. How's that sound to everybody? Sure. Okay. We can do that. Oh, you got some Xyltech. Nice. I've got Westery One, my sister from another mister, got me some Xyltech blue, excuse me, cobalt blue. This stuff is gorgeous and it prints really well. Right now, this has been sitting out for a while and I need to run it through the filament dryer because it was giving me some really bad issues when I started printing with it. But I just need to run it through the dryer. And this is some great filament. You can see I haven't been using it a lot because I like this color so much that I'm just kind of babying it and using it on specific projects. But I really, really like that color. So thanks a lot for that one, Westery. And with that, let me go ahead and get a raid going. Let me make sure I'm spelling it right. $7.36. Okay. Yep. All right, folks. Thank you all for hanging out with me this evening. Once again, Thursdays are going to become a staple on the channel. I'm going to get the stream schedule updated on Twitch. Thank you all for coming out. Please roll with me as we go over to Ian Douglas's stream and hang out. He's always a great stream to hang out on. He does a lot of making and crafting. He's been doing a lot of painting. He's been doing a lot of giveaways, and not just giveaways, but charity. There we go. Charity streams and doing stuff with charities. So definitely go hang out with him or with us. And we will see you all on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks a lot, everybody. And we will see you later. Y'all have a good night. Take care.